Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifica Games channel, and today we're going to continue a playthrough of the Talos Principle 2. As I always say when we're playing this game, this is a very lore heavy game and it's the sequel to another very lore heavy game. So there is too much for me to cover altogether. It would take far too long, so instead I'm just going to give you the cliff notes of the game so far. Humans, that is Homo sapiens, like you and I, are extinct. A disease was released from some permafrost, I believe due to global warming in this universe, and it wiped all the people out. But before then, they managed to put some plans in place, because they knew they had a bit of time before everyone died. They built some android bodies, but they weren't yet advanced enough to create a human-level artificial intelligence. So instead, they built a supercomputer that was running a genetic evolutionary algorithm that generation by generation created more and more intelligent artificial intelligences, which were then put to use in a simulation and tested specifically in a simulation which was supposed to mimic how their android bodies would work in the real world. Once a sufficiently intelligent AI had been created, which would be judged by passing all the tests, it was uploaded into an android body. Now this happened a few hundred years after humans had gone extinct. It took a bit longer than they expected. That is, than humans expected. But this did take place, and the first android called herself Athena. She then took all the previous generations, well, not all the previous generations, she then took the last generation, I meant to say, of artificial intelligences, and because it used a genetic evolutionary algorithm, she could combine them to create new individuals that hadn't existed before, who should also all have a roughly human level intellect. And that's what she did, and she then started up several of the other android bodies with these new individuals that had just been created inhabiting them. Hey Art Dad, it's lovely to see you. How are you today? Anywho, so she called herself Athena, and she also became known as the founder. There were 12 other android bodies that were still in good condition, these hundreds of years after the humans had gone extinct. Although they do call these androids do call themselves human as well, because they consider themselves to be our direct descendants. As successors, perhaps would be a better way of putting it. Anyway, they then set about building a city and building infrastructure so they could build more android bodies, because at that point they only had the bodies that were left over by the humans and everything was all in ruins and dilapidated. They needed to build infrastructure so that they could build more people. Initially, the founder, Athena, set a goal of reaching 1,000 individuals, but after a disaster in a second city they tried to build, which killed a lot of people, the people of New Jerusalem, that's the name of the first city, became very, very conservative, and they decided they didn't want to go out and explore and find new resources, husband resources, maintain things properly like they should be. Well, I suppose notionally they wanted to maintain things properly like they should be, but they became so conservative that they weren't able to do so. And they stopped developing technologically as well. At this point, the goal became reinterpreted as a limit. You will notice that we are Android 1000, if you can see our chest. So when we were turned on for the first time, that was the so-called reaching of the achievement of the goal, because they had achieved what was now interpreted as a limit. The most people they were ever, or all the people they were ever going to build. Now, it should be pointed out that Athena had long since left, because she didn't agree with this conservatism, but she didn't tell anybody why she left, so nobody knew that was the reason. She just took off. Her boyfriend ended up meeting up with her, but he said he told the people of New Jerusalem that he was on a research mission, and when he came back years later, he didn't tell them that he'd seen Athena. Turns out they had a life of their own for a number of years out here. They built themselves a daughter called Miranda, and they seriously advanced technologically, massively outpacing New Jerusalem. Now this brings me to... Now this was a few hundred years ago, mind you. We were born very recently in this game, like a few days ago, and on the day of our birth, we were... everyone was celebrating because the goal had been reached, and they were approached by some holograms in the sky. One or I say holograms, in this instance there was just one, called themselves Prometheus, told them about this island that they should go visit. We went there, this is here, very technologically advanced. We only found out later this is where Athena had been. We still don't know what these holograms actually are, but that we have met more of them now. We've met the Sphinx and we've met Pandora. Pandora is generally hostile to our presence here and feels that we should be coddled and we shouldn't be allowed access to dangerous technology. The Sphinx takes a more cautionary approach, telling us legends from Greek mythology to try and make sure that we are careful about what we do, but notionally doesn't object to us having access to this technology. And then there's Prometheus, who very actively wants us to take control of our own fate and harness this technology. Anyway, we've been here trying to find Athena, haven't found her. Miranda, their daughter, is dead, unfortunately. That seems to have been around the time Cornelius went back to New Jerusalem. We tried to speak with Cornelius, since we now knew he'd been here, but when we went to his place of work, he wasn't there. We found some notes explaining that he'd come back here and he was trying to reverse engineer some of the technology Athena had built in order to get into a certain location. We don't know why. We really don't we know he's somewhere around here on this island, but we don't know what he's up to. We don't know what he's doing. But there's that. Seems like Athena and Cornelius haven't been in contact for a long time, so far as we can tell. Prometheus we ended up freeing, because he got bound up by Pandora, but we got the chains off of him, and we had a confrontation with him. Again, I say confrontation, like an interaction. And yes, I know I said he's a hologram, but he apparently has physical substance as well. He's not just... Your hand wouldn't just move through him, if that makes sense. Hence why he was chained, or how he could be chained. I think that's largely everything that's happened so far. You're alive. That's good news. What was I thinking? Oh yes, our expedition leader Byron got cut off from the rest of us and we haven't seen him since. So we are actively looking for him. So I think that's everything. Let's get into it.
What can I do for you, 1K?
What do you think about the choice I made regarding the Somnodrome?
I don't know if sharing the truth so openly was a good choice. It's hard to predict the consequences of such an action.
True. I wasn't expecting you as a journalist to take that, to necessarily believe that, but then again you do have some interesting views as a journalist, don't you? You seem to be a very ethical journalist.
Greetings.
Greetings. What do you think about the choice I made regarding the Somnodrome?
You've made a grave mistake. People need clear moral guidance, and you've just told them to make it up as they go along.
I don't think that's
You can
quite
only
fair.
pray they don't misinterpret what they see.
So a bit of context there. Somnodrome was a device that somebody in New Jerusalem, I've forgotten who it was, originally thought up, but never developed. And then it turns out when Athena came here, she did develop it. And it's a device for contacting your subconscious as an android. We got inside a functioning Somnodrome, had a word with our subconscious, talked about morality, and then when we came out, Rand, who is a scholar, urged me to... This was actually part of a longer interaction, I should be clear, but this is the short version. Rand told me that that scholars should be able to access the data of what had happened, because I'm an android, all my memories are data and can be transferred. The data of what had happened before anything gets released to the public, and I took the view that no, the public should just be given the raw footage and they can make up their own mind. Anywho, let's make our way over to the first puzzle. From within. Interesting. So we have a blue source and a blue receiver. What else do we have? Some fans. A jammer. Okay. What did that change? Oh, the fans are on. Okay. Ah, I think that lowered. Right. So I need to turn this on. There's presumably 2 fans, so I still can't... Yeah, I can't just jam the fan to get through. Right. So it's just a puzzle of how do I set this up in such a way that the blue can get to the receiver, but it can be delayed getting there until I'm over here. That's essentially the puzzle. Well, one obvious way to do it would be actually yes, I think this makes sense. Like so. Good. First puzzle solved.
In their notes, Athena and Cornelius called what they were doing the Noema Project.
They did.
But in one case, Vision, they just called it the Machine. Because when you strip away all the fancy rhetoric, that's all it is. It's not a source of meaning or purpose. It's just another machine.
A machine that does what? Chicken flight. What on earth could that mean? Interesting. This is quite a complicated one. Interesting. Where am I trying to get to? Through here. And presumably I have to go round? Why would this be useful? It's not clear, is it? To get a connector in there, maybe? Why? It's been some time since I've been stumped in this way. The puzzle's just not clicking in its entirety. I'm not entirely sure what I'm expected to do here. Some of the parts don't make sense to me. I don't see why we would have those fans, for example. I mean, I understand why we have that fan. I could have a connector here if I wanted. I don't know if that would help, but it's possible. I'm wondering if there's a way I can use this connector to turn this off from here. Ah, I think I get it. Do I? Maybe I don't. I'm wondering if there's some way I can make this connector part of the circuit. I don't think so, because I can't see the source or the destination from here. I don't even have any other sources I can use to cross signals. Hang on, can I? No, I can't pick up that fan part. That probably wouldn't have helped if I could. This must be a window for a reason. Alright, let's think hard. Presumably this force field can't be lowered, I would guess. So I presumably have to go over here, and I'm guessing that putting a weight on there will probably cause that force field to drop. So then the question is, how do I get any object in here with the fan off so I can walk up to the pressure plate? Ah, this is so I can get a connect. This one exists so I can get a connector out of here if I've made a mistake, I think. See how having this in here is an advantage. I don't think I can get this out of here now. No, I can. But it does buy me a bit of time. Oh, not a lot. Possibly not enough. That didn't work well. Right, if I'm careful, I should be able to walk over here. Oh, I see the problem. This is the one I need to block. Right, go. Yes! Did it! Oh, that was difficult. What was it called again? Chicken flight. Oh, is that because chickens... I'm not 100% sure that no chickens can fly, but in general chickens aren't great at flying, are they? Is that so named because the connector doesn't fly very well? After we put it in front of the fan. These are quite some ruins, aren't they? What's this one called then? Precision. Okay. Blue receiver. Blue source. There's a fan there. Why is there a force field here? Is there a jammer? That force field doesn't seem to be connected up to anything else. Right. How do I connect this up? Interesting. And then I'm gonna end up stuck here. Interesting. That seemed strangely easy, considering how difficult the last one was. Oh well.
The scale of it all is truly breathtaking.
But
It really is.
But is it a human scale?
Yes.
Or is it so enormous that it can only alienate us? Humans have always been happiest in small communities.
Small town paranoia, isolationism and peasant mentality. Great for burning witches, not so great for personal freedom.
Ever the pessimist?
are you cute? Oh, I guess we're not having a conversation today. Found a hologram.
In the simulation,
Hey
I
Bex,
found myself
lovely to see
thinking
you.
how hard it must have been for Alexandra to die without knowing if her sacrifices were worth it. It seemed like a tragic end to an inspiring, meaningful life. But now I realize her whole life must have been a struggle. To maintain that faith in humanity when so many people around her insisted that humans are evil, worthless, when they were so lost in self-hatred that they would call their own species a virus. How did she do it? How did she maintain her faith when they were so determined to hate themselves? So determined to reject every solution, every analysis, every step towards controlling the forces that were causing their problems, when they rejected even the concept of progress itself, and then patted themselves on the back for it as if that was original. When I look at the archives now, all I can see is that their leaders were short-sighted idiots and their intellectuals were unimaginative cowards.
Blimey.
All they could offer people was a downward trend. Fewer rights, fewer freedoms, fewer resources for anything that mattered.
That's definitely not true.
They must have hated Alexandra and everything she stood for. So how did she have so much faith?
It does sound a bit like hero worship, doesn't it? Putting together a narrative that makes Alexandra Drennan sound a lot more impressive than we've hitherto had any reason to suspect. Have a nice lurk, Bex. Duality, interesting. Could that be between blue and red? Interesting. Very interesting. Very simple puzzle. That's actually a point. I've only just realised in each new region we visit, we usually get new gimmicks, new tools we can use to complete a puzzle with that we haven't seen before. But that hasn't happened this time. In fact, all the puzzles we've seen so far have been using only the simplest of the puzzle tools. Mostly just connectors and fans and what have you, like in the first game. I mean, it's clear I can't have a single connector connect up the red because there isn't an angle for it. But that implies that I have to use... Oh, is there an angle for that? Not really. I was going to say, that implies that I'm probably going to need to set this up in such a way that this connector starts delivering the blue but then swaps to the red at some point. There's definitely some nuance to this that I'm not getting yet. I mean, on the face of it, it would seem like I need to set this up in... How would I even do it? Like, this red here isn't going to be able to get through here unless blue is being delivered here. So once we swap over to red, this force field coming up, we're just going to cut the red off. The obvious thing to do would be to try and set it up with a in a self-sustaining state where we're getting red from here and then passing it through here once this force field is down, which then sends it to the receiver, which keeps the force field down. But that's a bit of a catch-22. So the question is, how do I bootstrap it? How do I have it not be a catch-22? And that I'm a bit stuck on. Oh dear. What was this called again? Duality. Again, that makes me think it's swapping colours. I know in the first game there were ways you could make clocks, as it were, that would where signals would alternate from one colour to another. But it's been long enough since I've played the first game that I've actually forgotten the technique to do that. I don't remember if you could do it with just 2 connectors anyway. Ah, this is probably a window for a reason. Yes. Alright, I'm not sure if this is a huge advantage, but... solved. Huh, that was a lot simpler than I thought it would be. Well, there you go. Hello there.
Hey, 1K.
How's it
I
going?
wanted to take a moment to talk to you.
Okie doke.
I know we're all worried about Byron, especially Al, and I don't want to minimize what happened. But now that the mayor's here,
Yes.
I'm afraid they're going to take this and turn it into a reason to bury their head in the sand. Yes, Byron was rash. He wanted to find Athena so badly that it made him blind. But the thing is, he was right. He was completely and utterly right about what this technology could mean to us. I didn't see it at first, but now it couldn't be more clear to me. The theory of everything is the future. And if we reject it, we're condemning ourselves to a slow death.
I tend to agree with you. I agree.
I'm glad. You know, I didn't even realize how much I'd limited my own imagination. How I talked myself into just accepting this incredibly poor future we'd been offered. A future where things just keep getting slightly worse every day, and we accept it because we're ashamed of ourselves. Not of
Interesting.
something we've done, but just of our existence. Like we're a virus on this planet. Like our humanity is a sin. I'm so tired of it, 1K. I kept my head down. I focused on fixing things. But that's all I ever did. I never improved anything. I never built anything new. And when I imagine going on like this for thousands of years...
They are long-lived.
That's a fate worse than death. It really is. We either live and grow and expand boldly and proudly, or we might as well switch ourselves off.
We'll find a way.
We better, because I don't think I can handle the alternative.
Oh, thank you for that, Melville. That was very enlightening. Five should be up this way. Hello, Manubis. Seems you don't want a conversation right now. Right, let's head to the next puzzle. Interesting. Not sure what those are supposed to be. At first I thought they were like model planets with rings, like Jupiter. But I don't think they are. Rerouting, okay. Oh, I don't like this. That was too simple. That makes me think that this is supposed... that what I just witnessed was supposed to be... Oh, maybe not. I was worried that it was just trying to teach us... teach us a principle, which it was then going to make us apply in much more difficult circumstances, because it looked too easy. It looked like a tutorial puzzle, but I don't think that now. I do see the problem here. I need to somehow get this... I somehow need to get this set up with a connector on this side, I think. How much more is there to do after that, out of curiosity? One more... connector, but one more receiver by the looks of things. Okay. Do what we can. Can't see a way to do it because of the way the connections have to cross. But that must be the solution. They got me good this time. Interesting. Very interesting. Am I doing this backwards? If I disconnect this, and then I connect this up appropriately, right, is the problem more that I need to find some fancy way to bootstrap that from here? But now it's impossible to get the signal to the receiver because of the laser that's blocking it, that's in the way. The problem is, this feels like a mutual exclusion problem. It feels like what I'm trying to do is impossible. I can't have both at the same time. But right now I can't see how it would be possible to solve this without having both at the same time, if that makes sense. What was this called? Was it rerouting? Yes. I am leaning towards what I was trying to do isn't possible. I just don't know what conceivably could be an alternative. If I could force this to drop the middle beam now. The problem is I need to lift up the connector in order to change its connections. I think this wouldn't be hard at all if I could alter the connections while the connector is still down. But as far as I'm aware, that just isn't possible. So for example, if I pick this up, the circuit breaks. That's an interesting idea. Oh, that's not going to work. So I forgot that the laser's going to be there even if it can't get through. I've nothing like enough time to run round and pick this up. They've got me stumped so far. What I'm trying to do is there's this force field here that needs to go down, and that is lowered by that receiver, and that's the source. It's obvious to see that in theory you could have a setup like that, where this force field stays down because this connector is taking power from there and sending it there while the force field is down. The question is, how do you bootstrap that? How do you get that going initially when the signal isn't going to be able to get through if that force field's up? This would also be easy if I could create a change in elevation, because then the lasers could pass above or below each other. What am I missing? I don't even see any more connectors in there. Out of curiosity, let's just see what the rest of this puzzle would look like. Let's imagine right now I already had this done, and that was connected to there and it was working. What would I do next? I'd have to move the other connector over here and connect it up similarly to over there, but also to there. Then we could pass into here and we could pick up that connector. Then what would I do? I'd probably need to set up another connector on the inside here. Or I could try and send... Or I could set one up here, passing the signal through there. That would be a very similar puzzle to the one we've got here. Oops. I mean, I could have done that anyway. to say it, they've really got me this time. One of my assumptions must be wrong. That's the only possibility. One of my assumptions is wrong. I mean, one of my assumptions is that if you're trying to connect up the same source and receiver from two different angles, you can only do it if the connectors are, if one connector is directly behind the other. You can't do it at a perpendicular angle like this. And I mean, that certainly seems to be correct. In fact, we know it's correct because we can demonstrate it's correct here, and all other cases are going to be similar. Similar in the mathematical sense, like. It's fundamentally going to be the same case. Alright. So I'm reasonably assumed that assumption isn't wrong. What could it be then? What could it be? Specifically goes wrong here? Oh, nothing. Why is it working this time when it didn't previously? I'm sorry, this is a much bigger deal than it may appear. Why is it working all of a sudden? That provides us with a perfect solution. Have I not tried the exact same thing time and time again? What is the essential difference? Oh, was the angle just wrong? Was it simply that it wasn't getting power from there? Really? Was that my mistake all along? I guess so. Which means my assumption that you couldn't swap the connectors around at a perpendicular angle was incorrect. Sorry, I'm doing this over and over again. I just want to verify my results. Like, yeah, okay. I guess that must have been it. I guess this signal there wasn't getting through before, and that was the real reason it wasn't working. Oh, well, I think then at least the next few steps are going to be easy. If that's the case. Whoops. What did I do wrong there? Okay. Maybe not as easy as I thought. Oh well. My mistake here is not placing this one far enough over, I think. It needs to be more like over here, I think. Actually, that may be too far over. It needs to be about halfway between there and there, if that makes sense. Which is very difficult to do. Something like there, I think? Should work. It's a very small gap, actually. That could be a problem. There we go. Nope. I don't think the handover is going to work as well as I was hoping. Alright. Ah, that's an idea. That might work well. Let me try also connecting you up to here and putting you in a position where you can see everything. Ah, and that's where that becomes a problem. Right. Ah, this is making more sense now. Right, how do I get this in a position where it can see both that connector and that receiver? With difficulty is, I think, the answer. This is why I assume I'm supposed to do the trick where you place one of these behind the other. What is that being blocked by? Aha! We're getting hit. We're getting somewhere. Yes, yes. Very good. Now I should be able to grab you. Yes. And I pass this round here. And now it's self-sustaining. Yes. Right. What's the final step? Is this it? Do I do this? That's not really worked. Hold on, I want to go over there and examine more closely what's happened. Right, your beam is being... Why is only one of the beams cut off? Why, when they connect, are not both beams being cut short? I'm not sure what the logic there is, but that's preventing the connection being made there, which is a problem. Because I need that connection made there. Wait, am I overthinking this? I may be overthinking this. I was overthinking this. That's it. Done. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry that took me so long. Well, we've done it now.
I'm not surprised that the Founder chose you, 1K. You're very much like her. Inquisitive, intelligent, and dedicated. But remember, intelligence by itself has little value unless it is ethically applied.
Well, thank you for the advice. Let's go for number 6 now. So a lot of the trouble there was because I got confused because one of my early attempts at solving the puzzle failed, not because the approach was wrong, but my implementation of the approach was wrong, and I failed to notice the difference. So I dismissed that whole approach when I shouldn't have. That's why I got stuck. When in reality I was doing the right thing, I just didn't do it properly. Interesting. So just getting a blue signal here will mean that we pass this puzzle. What was the name of it? We solve it. Mobile instruments. So stuff should be in the air. Turn the fan on. I can go up here, but that isn't useful without access to the box. Because the box is what's going to allow us... So if I put this connector onto the fan and I turn the fan on, it gets knocked to the side. Let me try and show you again. There we go. Doesn't work. But boxes will fly in the air, hover in the air even, and tools on top of boxes will. So it's clear I need to get the box next. There's a window here for some reason. Oh. This is trivial. Sorry. Just do that to grab the box. Box acquired. Right. I'm assuming this isn't going to work because this would be too easy. Yeah, that doesn't work. I was going to say that would be too easy. Let me see. Passing a signal through here would make some sense. I only have one connector though, which is what's throwing me a bit. What is the value in having a connector in the air if you only have one connector and from that position it can't make the connection that needs to be made? It seems to me that the ultimate goal here is to have a connector here which is both sending power there but also there and taking it from there. The question is, how do we do that? Ah! A platform. That's actually a little confusing. Mobile equipment. I'm supposed to have it on top of me. Got it. Oh, so the box is almost a bit of a distraction. You only need the box to get up there to grab the platform, and it's a platform that lets you solve the puzzle. I see. But how do I... Oh no, maybe not. Like so? Is the box and the connector on top of me now? Yes. Okay. Hang on, I nearly made a terrible mistake. Okay, so the box is actually ends up on top of the box is also needed because it's what allows us, by keeping the connector stable in the air, it's what allows us to use the fan to get the connector on top of the platform, as it were. It's a necessary intermediate. Right. Good. Done. That was a good little one. I'm not sure if my explanation makes sense. It is a problem I've noticed, that I will try to explain these puzzles as clearly as I can while I'm playing, but then I will look back at the footage afterwards, you know, like when I'm uploading to YouTube or what have you, and I'll think to myself, that doesn't make sense. It's bad. I wish I could explain these things better. The reason that wouldn't have worked without the box, aside from you needing the box to grab the platform in the first place, is because otherwise the fan would have knocked the connector to the side like I demonstrated at the start of that puzzle. As opposed to setting it up in such a way that we can slip underneath the box which has the connector on top. Anyway, we're on this puzzle now. So we have a blue connector, another blue, and a red. We have, sorry, a receiver, I should say. Those are all receivers. Blue, red, and blue. We have a blue receiver here. Looks like I want to connect that up. But then how do I get out? That's a very good question. Oh, this is self-sustaining now. Of course it would be. Right. So I just had to use the jammer to bring that force field down. But then as soon as I pick this up to leave, the force field's gonna come up. And unless there's a ladder, there is a ladder, I would have been stuck there. Well, it's nice that that's self-sustaining now. But it does still raise the question, how do I actually get the connector out? Or don't I? Can I see anything it can connect to from here? Hang on. If I have one connector, how can I connect up blue and red? Is there a way to get the jammer out of here, incidentally? No. Oh yes, because there's red there. I don't know if I need to. Well, what I'm thinking is I could do something like this. But now what is the question? Oh, there's another force field. So I do need the jammer out to jam that force field. No more tools in here. Can you not carry it up the ladder? No, you can, unfortunately. Very good question. If I try to use... Well, I'm not even given the prompt. Drop the tool first, it says. Very good question. I don't know why we can't do it, but those are the rules of the game. I suppose the real answer to why we can't do it is because it means the developers can make more interesting puzzles if you can. So ladders are designed to allow players out, but not objects. I feel like our priority needs to be trying to get this jammer out, because once I can get this jammer out of here, this little corner, it's going to be easy to get the connector out, and that's going to give us a bunch more options. Or may do. But how do I get red here if I need blue here? Or do I? Maybe I don't. Because I've got the jammer. And I can use the ladder to get out. So if I connect it up like that... Oh. Oh, of course that's not going to work. No, it has worked. Sorry, I'm being stupid. It has worked because the jammer, by connecting it up this way, the red reaching this red receiver has kept this force field down, which has allowed me to walk out of here, even though the jammer is not jamming this force field currently. It's jamming this force field, which means I can walk out with this. You're not being stupid. Puzzles are meant to be at least a little confusing. Which means I can walk out with this. I can. I've got them both out now. Excellent. Okay. I mean, this doesn't completely solve the puzzle or anything, but it means we're one step closer. I mean, it would be obvious to do something like this to begin with. Hang on, I can improve that. If I do that, then I can remove the jammer, because the blue is now keeping the force field down. That's going to let me get through here. So I can get this far now, which is nice. Ah, but there's windows out here. Which means I could jam things like that, if I chose. What I'm wondering... Hang on. Actually, I've just had a different idea. My first idea is, can I put that connector in such a position that it's connected up to the red and the blue and to all of the receivers? Because if you send like a blue signal to a red receiver, it'll do nothing. It's as if it's not connected. It won't muck anything up. So I was wondering if I could do that, but then like use the jammer in here to lower and raise the force fields when I needed to, and like walk through that way or something. But no, that probably wouldn't work, because the jammer would have to be in position to be jamming anything, which by definition means that I couldn't be walking it through. But the thought I just had is, look at the jammer now. It's jamming this from the outside, which means, for example, I can take that away and I can still get through the first force field. So what I'm now thinking is connect up the red. Hang on. I meant to connect it up like so. Connect up the red, and now I should be able to get one force field further. But I can't get out unless I use the jammer on this one. But ideally I need the jammer working on this one so that I don't need to lower the red. Interesting. Hold on, I'm just going to explore the other way. Oh, that's a problem. Have I just locked myself out? I think I've locked myself out and I'm going to have to reset the puzzle. Because the jammer's now in a position I can't get to. Yep, sorry about that. Shouldn't take long to get back to where we were, though. Now we know at least the beginning of the solution to the puzzle. So it was that. Pick this up. Connect up the red. Over here. Grab that, lower that again. Sorry, it's this, isn't it? Grab that. And grab that. So we're basically back to where we were. But that's a good point I hadn't appreciated up until now. If I want to be able to connect up the blue, then this jammer needs to be jamming that. I still suspect my... Oops. I still suspect my technique for getting the jammer one further in probably wasn't wrong. That is getting up to this point. But I need to jam that next. Oh, but then I can't get out. Okay, then it was wrong. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. What about the thing I said before about just connecting everything up and trying to use the jammer to control whether we have red or blue? So what do I want now? I want red, so I connect that up. And it's self-sustaining. Wonderful. But then the question becomes, how do I block this? Because it's self-sustaining and I want it to stop now. I'm not sure starting the blue's gonna fix it. Oh, it did. Why? I'm just curious how this has been designed in such a way that when the blue connects... Oh, because briefly that connector had both a red signal and a blue signal going to it directly from a source, or two sources. And I think that means it won't output anything. And when it was outputting nothing, that force field came back up because that receiver was no longer receiving red. Right, so now I walk over here. Connect up. Oh wait, I don't need to connect up the red, I just walk through here. Solved. So I had two ideas about how to solve it, and I dismissed the one that worked and tried the one that got us stuck.
Have you found any signs of Cornelius? Could he have returned to the island? Nothing so far. But he knows this place better than any of us, and we have no idea what he's up to.
Cornelius was Athena's boyfriend. And yes, I strongly suspect he's on the island, and I don't know what he's doing. All avenues are worth exploring. Indeed. It's just slightly frustrating that I didn't, you know, I didn't see the solution in my head, but that's fine.
Are the generators working?
Yep, all good. Those Mark IIs are real workhorses. Wow, did you finish the setup?
Yes. Sorry I couldn't wait. It was so much fun to just do something again without having to endlessly discuss it first.
I know what you mean. We have a lot of work ahead of us, though.
We do, but honestly, Cornelius, I haven't felt this excited in years. Just imagine, one day they'll come here and we'll be able to show them a whole new world. A different future right at their fingertips. You do think we can do it, right?
I think, and forgive me if this sounds sentimental, as long as we're together, we can do anything.
So that was presumably right at the very beginning of their arrival on this island. That was before they built Miranda, their daughter. We can't always. True. Photon sail. Is that a bridge? No, it's a purple force field that's being used like a bridge. So wouldn't that mean that objects could rest on it but the player would fall through? Interesting. I don't remember seeing this before. It's possible they had it in the first game. Oh, and I need to get over there. What do I do? Have to put like a series of objects that I can hop across on there? Like that, like the box. And they have a swapping machine over there. A fan? For some reason. Okay. This is an interesting puzzle. Is there perhaps a way to solidify the purple beam to make it walkable? Not that I know of. I'm not absolutely ruling that out because I've not done this puzzle before. But my instincts say no because purple fields are something we've encountered a lot before. I've just never seen one horizontal before. So what I'm saying is this is like a mechanic which I'm very familiar with, but an application of the mechanic that I'm unfamiliar with, if that makes sense. It reminds me of the projected bridges in Halo. It reminded me of the light bridges you get in the Portal games, although that they mechanically work quite differently, because you can walk on those. Alright, so I can use the fan. Over we go. So I can grab this box, and technically I can swap it for a different box, but they should be identical. The only reason to have this here, I think, would be so that I could swap a connector or some other component for a box. Like, I wouldn't swap a box for a box, there would be no point. Can I pick up this fan part? I can pick up that fan part. Right. Okay. I can't walk. I can't, like, stay on here, can I? No, the game's... If I'm on top of this, the game won't let me jump, which is fair enough. I can't get out of here with the box currently. I'm pretty sure that's ultimately what I'm trying to do. I suspect I'm trying to get 2 boxes out of there. Currently I only have one way in, which is using the fan. See, what I'm thinking is, for example, if I could get this box over here, I could jump in here, and then I could, like, grab the fan part, jump over the box into there, and then swap it for the other box, which I could then use to get back out. It would be fairly easy from there to get both boxes on the outside. The issue is, how would I initially get this box out of there? Is the first box not to stand on next to the other box and escape with? I possibly didn't phrase it very well. I think essentially yes. So in case it's not clear, this box here isn't technically in the world. If I go near it, it says press X to swap items. I've now swapped the first box for the second box. Now the thing is, it is absolutely useless for me to swap one box for another, because they're identical. It's clear that I'm supposed to be swapping another component. Now the thing that may not be obvious is a lot of these fans allow you to take the, not all of them mind you, they let you take the blades off. And so the thing is, if I could get in there now, I could then swap this fan blade for the box, and then with 2 boxes it would be easy both for me to get out and to take the boxes with me. I mean, can you put the first box down next to the pedestal, stand on the first box, pick up the second, and hop over with the fence? Right, if I've understood that correctly, The problem, I can jump onto the pedestal, but you'll notice that I'm sort of I'm clipping through the box. That's because that box is notionally a projection, a hologram. It's not actually there, and worse, the game won't let me jump while I'm on top of the pedestal. That's because, as far as the game developers are concerned, the pedestal exists mechanically to swap items. It doesn't exist for players to use as a platform to get over things. No, jump on the first box and pick up the projected box. Right, I cannot pick up the projected box because I need to swap an item with to get it. This is a swapper. Swap items. Yep. Good question, though. And sorry it took me so long to realise what you're saying. Sorry, I was not getting that it was a swapper. That's absolutely fine. If anything, you know, the blame lies with me, because I am just so used to thinking about these puzzles that I don't necessarily know what people don't know, if that makes sense. That's alright, I wasn't phrasing it well at all. Anyway, the point I was getting at earlier is if I could get this box that's in there on the outside, this would be really easy to solve, because I could then use it to jump on the inside. So all I would do is I would grab the fan part, oops, and then use, with the fan part gone, the blades, I wouldn't be able to do what I just did, but I could then jump on this box if it was on the outside to get in, and then get that box that way. Yeah, so I wasn't expecting to go flying quite when I did then, but still. This is kinda... Yeah, I cannot access this through the fence. I was just thinking, can I use the swapper through the fence? No, I can't. The only components the only other tool I have access to right now is the connector, though. And I can't stand on the connector. If I pick this up, the force field comes back up. So I wouldn't be able to get in there. So I'm in a sort of position that I'm very often in when I'm doing these puzzles. I can see like bits of the solution often in the middle, but I don't necessarily know how to start and may not know how to finish, if that makes sense. Obviously I have access to this fan here, which only works when there's something on the pressure plate. Which could be the connector, it could be a box, technically it could be the player character, but in this case that wouldn't be very helpful, because if the player character has to be on the pressure plate to make the fan go, then the player can't ride the fan up. What am I missing? Oh! I think I may have just worked it out. I can probably grab the connector. Yeah, I can grab the connector over the fence. That then gives me a second box, which then allows me to get in and out easily. And then what? I need that connector back. Hang on. I may have figured that part out as well. You know I couldn't use the swapper from through the fence. Can I use it from above? Yes. Ha ha ha. So then I grab that, and then I grab the connector again. And now I should be able to do what I described earlier. I grab the fan part from here. And we jump over. And now I swap it round. Oops. And now this has led to a situation where we have a connector and 2 boxes on the outside. Actually, I probably could have done it with the fan part as well, thinking about it. Oh, that fell down. Since I only needed something that could weigh down the pressure plate. Oh well. Be right back. Getting my dinner out of the oven. No worries. Now I assume I have to, like, jump from box to box to make it over. Which is a new mechanic. I've never had to do this before. Welcome back. Do you have anything exciting for dinner? If you don't mind my asking. And we've done it.
Wow, that one was a mind bender.
Potato waffles with assorted veg and barbecue chicken. Very decadent. So in case you didn't see the key to solving this one, you saw the initial setup. The first thing I didn't realise was that if I moved the connector that was allowing me to get into the fan room, if I moved it next to the fence but still had it lowering the force field to get to the fan room, this is disabled now because we've solved the puzzle. I could then get inside here, and from on top of the box I could grab the connector from over the fence and then swap it to get the other box. Then I had 2 boxes, and then you can put one of the boxes on the outside. What did I do then? I put one of the boxes on the outside, and then I swapped the inside box for the connector, because it turns out you can use the swapping machine if you're standing on a box on the outside. And from there I could lower the force field again and grab the fan part. And the point is, all you need is 2 boxes on the outside and something to weigh down this pressure plate. So that was like those were the things I was missing. Right, well, we've done all the main puzzles in this area. Now there's a bunch of question marks, which they're going to be things like lore dumps, but also, like, there should be 2 optional puzzles in this area. I have no idea what question mark is what, so we just have to head over there and see what we can find. This is going to be one of the sprite puzzles. Find my sprite and follow it until it leads you back to me. So somewhere in this level there's a sprite that's hiding, and if I can find it, I have to chase it around the map until it ends up back here. So that was one of the shrines. There's a question mark this way. Also, thank you, Bex. Very kind of you to say. This looks like one of those optional puzzles I talked about. How do I get down there safely, though? I can probably take the full damage because we're pretty robust. But I'm sure there's supposed to be a legitimate way down here. Anyway, let's carefully make our way down. There we go. Right, this will probably be one of the double triangle puzzles, as I call them. Because if you actually look at the sign outside, it has two triangles on it, one inside the other. Alternator. Interesting. That suggests to me I'm supposed to set up some sort of situation where the signal automatically changes between blue and red. Good. Will this do it? Red. No. How do I get this alternating? Right, the problem now is I need the red signal to be only get through when the fence is up, not when it's down. Ah, I think I see how to do that. Maybe not. I don't think this will work. Yeah, that stops the blue from working. I suspect it's something to do with crossed beams. So that's the easy bit. The problem is, I don't want the red beam going through the blue that goes to the receiver, but I do want it going through a different beam if possible, to make it so that when the blue is up, the red is down. Although strictly speaking, from my perspective, if I could have the red continuously up, that would also work. I'm just basing this off the fact that this puzzle is called Alternator, so I assume I'm not supposed to be able to have them both up at the same time. This is much more like the puzzles in the first game. So I've set up a situation where the red only gets through when this fence is up, or this portcullis. A portcullis would come the other way, wouldn't it? It would like lower, not raise. But I can't. I'm not sure how to set up the blue. So I want this blue beam to be blocking the red. When it's there, but I don't want the red stopping the blue from getting through, if that makes sense. That doesn't quite work, it's close. I have to go now. Have a great stream. No worries, Bex. thank you for dropping by. I hope you enjoyed what you saw. And I'll speak to you when I speak to you. Take care. Ah, what about something like that? Oh, that's... I think I've done it. I think I've made an alternator. Haha! Huzzah! Done it! But yes, it was absolutely lovely to see you. Interesting. I'm just doing a bit of a perimeter check, because this is exactly what developers might have stuck. Easter eggs and what have you, and holograms and that sort of thing. Goodness, quite the sheer drop. Right, on to the next. Whatever we stumble across, I suppose. Right, there's a question mark over here. Oh, we need to keep an eye out for that sprite as well, don't we? Question mark up there, maybe? Ooh. What's this?
Let us consider the city. What is a city? It is not a gift from the gods, nor the product of nature. Unlike a mountain or a river, it is something that must be built through the deliberate arrangements of material by a mind imposing order on the world. And it is built to serve a purpose. To that end, it has roads and fountains and walls. And to the same end, it has laws and leaders. And though each city is built according to a different plan, all cities must serve their purpose, or they will fall and become ruins. Therefore, we may conclude that a city is also a kind of machine, constructed to improve the life of its citizens.
Interesting. I'm not sure I agree, but interesting nevertheless. What have I found? There's a question mark here, but I don't rightly know what this is. Looks like I should be able to get up there and collect something. Oh dear. I think this has been designed in such a way to make it very difficult to climb without falling off. Maybe I climb it this way instead. But then we get stuck here. I mean, there's something there. Oh dear. Ah. Maybe this isn't the way up. But if it's not, what is? Oh, there's another question mark over this way. Doesn't look like there's going to be a straightforward way up. No. That's probably where the other double triangle puzzle is. So we'll go visit that shortly. I've forgotten what they called it. I think it's a Prometheus spark that I'm seeing in the air there. The red thing. The red thing that looks like a flame. It looks to me like I'm supposed to climb the hand. And collect it that way. A little stuck. There we go. Nope. Can I get somewhere useful from here? Doesn't look like it. Oh, was I supposed to go the other way? No. Doesn't seem like it. I'm a little reluctant to just give up, but I'm not sure what else I can try. Yeah, I'm not sure what I can try, really. Oh well. Wait, I can't get up here, can I? Possibly not. Okay. I have to try and remember that one and come back here later at some point. Let's go to the next puzzle, shall we? Which I think is over this way. I just had a thought. This showed up as a question mark on the map, didn't it? But it hasn't been replaced with any sort of marker. Which is odd. Anyway. Next puzzle. Hey Pikachu, it's lovely to see you. How are you? You're about to see me get bamboozled. I'm pretty sure this is the last puzzle in this region. Where's the entrance? Here it is. Hexedral stacking. Let's see if this works. Does that mean I'm just stacking boxes? Oh, you know what I should have done? Yep, I was just about to do that. Thank you, Pikachu. I appreciate it. I forgot to do that yet again, and to give a shout out to Bex, whose Twitch name is puncozy_. What am I doing? I've got these boxes. I understand that. There's not a lot I can do with 2 boxes though. On their own. Once you get up to 3, that's where it gets interesting. So you can start to build staircases. So the blue's obviously lowering this force field. What is that? It's a NOT gate. Oh! This changes things considerably. Right, so when this isn't up, that force field's down. Right, I get it. Oh, I think I see the solution now. Jolly good thing that I knew the symbol for NOT in a circuit diagram. I mean, I'd have probably been able to work it out otherwise, but it may have taken me a good deal longer. Right, I get it. So, I think basically the idea is I stack the boxes such that they stop the red from getting to this. That is significant because once the red reaches this connector, it's going to be receiving a blue signal from a blue source and a red signal from a red source, and they'll interfere. And so the signal here the signal to this receiver will be broken. It will just not output anything. And that's good because we happen to know that when there's a signal going to this receiver, it lowers this force field but raises this force field. That's what the NOT gate is about. So that should have let us through, and it has. Excellent. Not as bamboozled as I expected. What have I got an achievement for? Solve all regular puzzles. Excellent. And this should mean I now have access to the Golden Gate puzzles as well. Which will be fun once we get to them. I still haven't found this wisp that is supposed to be somewhere on the level, somewhere in the area. Guess that's a dead end. Which is fine, just explore. Head to the next question mark, I guess, and see what it is. There's quite a few question marks, actually, I've just noticed. There's none in this direction, is there? No. That direction is completely bereft of question marks. This looks to be the closest. The icons on the compass, which is in the top middle of the screen. In case you're, when I was saying question marks, if you're wondering what that's about, that's what I'm referring to. There's a compass that will point you in direction, places. It will point you towards places of interest. The closer you are, the larger the symbol will be. Ah, it's a lore dump. Excellent. Jurassic Justice. Author Alexandra Drennan. From an AMA with Alexandra Drennan. I think that's Ask Me Anything. It's impossible not to love any character played by Jeff Goldblum, of course, and Ian Malcolm gets some of the best lines. So the main reason he became an in-joker, Ian, is just that, I don't know what that is, it's just that he's memorable and funny. If we want to talk about what he represents on a more serious level though, then I have to say that I personally think he's wrong. This neurotic fear that things will always go wrong, that we can never really have control over what we do, is misplaced. There's a legitimate critique of how the park operates, of science being subjected to the pursuit of profit, but that doesn't mean it can't be done differently. And if you'll excuse me for going full nerd here for a moment, why treat bringing back the non-avian dinosaurs as some kind of transgression? The extinction of these magnificent creatures wasn't some sort of intentional step forward, it was just a random catastrophe. If we can strike a blow at the oblivious cruelty of the universe, that's an act of human justice. It's no less wrong than bringing back species we've accidentally driven to extinction. Horrible things happen all the time. Evolution favours survival, not beauty. If we can make the universe more beautiful, if we can add to biodiversity and bring back things that were lost, we absolutely should. Goodness, maybe one day we terraform a planet and populate with dinosaurs. But this time we give them an asteroid defense system. Take that, Mother Nature. This is a comment by Athena. This is the Alexander Drennan that I love most, dreaming of all the good we humans could do in the world. I try to hang on to that. Expansion. Excerpted from Orthodoxy by J.K. Chesterton. But the expansion of which I speak was much more evil than all this. I've remarked that the materialist, like the madman, is in prison. In the prison of one thought. These people seem to think it's singularly inspiring to keep on saying that the prison was very large. The size of this scientific universe gave one no novelty, no relief. The cosmos went on forever, but not in its wildest constellation could there be anything really interesting, anything, for instance, such as forgiveness or free will. And then there's a bit missing. So these expanders of the universe had nothing to show us except more and more infinite corridors of space lit by ghastly suns and empty of all that is divine. Cornelius. Here Chesterton's imagination, normally so powerful, fails him utterly. The problem is that he is not interested in the universe, and so not only does he fail to see, he fails to even look. Miranda. He finds what he expects to find. Athena. Exactly. And so he misses not only the grandeur of the universe, but the miracle that is magnified by the contrast, that forgiveness and free will do exist within people. Let's find out what that ASCII says. I'm just going to look it up rather than do it myself. What was the document called? Expansion. Oh dear. Hold on. It may work better if I pick one of the other documents. I think the problem is expansion is too much of a generic word, so it's not finding the results when I do a search. I'm just trying to find the wiki. That's odd. Alright, what's the last one called? Atlas 3. Surely that will surely we'll find a result for that. There we go. I swear this isn't the same website I used before, though. No, it's not. Hold on. Maybe I still have that page open somewhere from last time we played. Sorry about this. Have to run. We'll pop back again soon. Have fun puzzling. Thank you, Pikachu. It was lovely for you to drop by, and thank you again for the shout out for Bex. Stroke pun cozy. Ha ha ha! I think I found the page. Well, I think I found the website, not the page. But we're one step closer. That's odd. That's very odd. Oh, I don't think this wiki's complete. That's why. I was going to say I can't find the relevant document. That's probably why it wasn't. I'm going to have to do this by hand, aren't I? Alright. I'll do it by hand. That's why I wasn't getting the search results when I was looking at when I was looking for that document online, so I could find the transliterated ASCII instead of doing it myself. It's because the wiki I had been using doesn't have a page for all the locations yet. Oh well, it is what it is. Right. Let me set up a suitable scene. in OBS. I see the problem. There we go. Now if I transition, good. Right, let's start transliterating, shall we? Hopefully this won't take too long. So, oh, hang on. I need to be able to see the game. 596F75206075 73742073747564 7920 626F7468207468652067 6C75 6F 6E20 61 6E 64 2074 68 Just a second. Where was I? 68. Six 6520737570 6572636C 757374 65722C 2074 68652070 657273 6F 6E2061 6E64 2074 68 65206570 6F 6368 2C 20746F 2075 6E 646 646 5 72 73 74 61 6E 6 420 74 68 65 20 53 2053 2053 75626C 696D 652E. You must study both the gluon and the supercluster, the person and the epoch, to understand the sublime. That's what it says. I know I didn't transliterate it perfectly. I made a few mistakes, but it's fairly obvious what the letters that I got wrong were supposed to be. Right, Atlas 3. From the Atlas Variations by Athanasius, from Athanasius 121. When Heracles, I assume that's another variation of Hercules, when Heracles came upon Atlas, the Titan had grown old and tired. I have borne the weight of the celestial spheres for 1 billion years, he said. All the comings and goings of the mortals, the tragedies of chance, the pointless wars, have left me weak. Soon I will falter, and the celestial spheres will fall and shatter. You must take my place. But Heracles was hesitant. Oh, Heracles, probably. Yeah, it would be Heracles. I am young and strong and virile. I have many women yet to bed and many wondrous feats yet to perform. What a waste it would be to spend my life holding up the world instead, and yet it must be done. So what choice do I have? Saddened by the imminent loss of his heroic life, Heracles went for one last swim in the Ionian Sea. There, on storied Ithaca, he met a clever old man of many devices. The answer you seek, son of Zeus, does not lie within you, rather it lies in the world around you, and in what you can make of it. And so Heracles used his divine strength to build 2 great pillars of stone, which even today hold up the sky, and Atlas was liberated forever. Well, there you go. What an interesting... Oh, because they're the Atlas variations. They're different versions of, broadly speaking, the same story. I see. That makes a lot of sense. More hands that I can't seem to climb. And yet that seems to be the direction we need to go in. Ah, probably up this way. Yes. Okay. Oh, it's another monument. Sphinx monument. Interesting. It seems to be telling us to go to a particular location. Interesting. Any more question marks on the map? Yes, at least 2 more over this way. I assume there's going to be another lab. I don't know that for a fact, but... generally there's a lab. Oh, that was quite the abrupt popping in of level geometry. What have I found here? Still haven't found that sprite, have we? The Prometheus sprite. Oh, I think I called it a wisp earlier when I meant sprite. Oh, another lore dump. Okie doke. Trevor End. It's people like Trevor, as much as it is people like Alexandra who make the future happen. People with silly names like Trev, who aren't famous, who aren't geniuses, who aren't driven by a powerful vision of the future. Ordinary people whose work and sacrifice isn't even acknowledged or remembered. She's suggesting that individuals like Alexandra Drennan aren't ordinary people? I will remember you, Trevor. You too held the world on your shoulders. Thank you. From Triclinius. Dear Founder, Byron and I used to go to the hills above the dam and observe the stars with the telescopes that I built. When I saw the stars like that, I felt such awe that I wished we had the ability to cry. I felt wonder, but I also felt recognition. I was seeing my home. The sea of stars is where we came from, and it's where we must return. I had so much hope then. I knew one day we would set sail. We would fly through the clouds of the nebula. We would cruise across planets where it rains diamonds. We would follow the fading light of distant supernovas until at last we met our brothers and sisters of the cosmos. I could feel that day coming. I can't anymore. I don't know how to live this way. Triclinius 333. Sarabai. In memory still bright. By Hypatia. I lived with Sarabai for nearly a century. I'll not pretend that all the days were good. Some were terrible. She was opinionated, she could be difficult, she could be unfair, and so could I. Sometimes we hurt each other, though we rarely meant to. But most days were good, and some days were great. A great day with Sarabai made you feel different, made you feel like something had been revealed to you about the nature of the universe itself. Some innate goodness at the heart of all things, like Nadia Sarabai, whose name she adopted. She believed in the existence of something sublime beyond the material world. I hope she was right. I hope she's still somewhere. I hope she's not trapped in that broken body I tried so hard to repair. I was advised to let her go, to get over my attachment. I tried, but it was the wrong advice. Love is what makes us human, and we should count ourselves blessed that we can experience it. My attachment is what kept me sane, what anchored me to this world. Even in death, she saved my life. I'm grateful for the days that we got, but no amount of days would have been enough. Love is not finite, and it is for infinity that we must strive. I will do so all of you who may still I do so for all of you who may still find love. Sorry. Oh, striving for the infinite, right. Love is not finite, and it is for infinity that we must strive. I will do so for all of you who may still find love, in honour of Sarabai, Hypatia. If I had been more careful, New Alexandria would never have happened, and Sarabai would still be alive. And then we've got a failed to load profile error. This one does appear to be on the website, I think. Apparently the ASCII says, better to be attached and suffer than to detach and feel nothing. But best of all, to love and be free of suffering. Those who say this is impossible are liars. Interesting. At first I thought it was going to be something along the lines of better to have loved than and lost than to have never loved at all.
Everybody's gone except me and Alex. She's upstairs somewhere. Haven't talked to her in days. The only reason why I know she's still alive is she's submitting bug fixes. I still have a lot to do myself. I've almost got the the tertiary backup thing working. This is the one that's really gonna last if everything else breaks. And you know what? I think everything else might. The MLA still giving me all these hiccups, but I don't know. I'm not a software guy. Well, the software guys, yeah, they're dead. God, these time capsules went a bit sideways, didn't they? I was gonna tell you all about myself, John Carpenter, and all that stuff, but
John Carpenter?
I just told you about Alex. Funny. I wonder if I should just I should just tell her. You know? Just tell her. Just tell her.
Oh, what?
Maybe later. I gotta finish this first.
That you end up talking about her in the audio logs? Explore all of the lost labs. We also got an achievement for getting all of Trevor's audio logs. Oh, another lore dump. By the looks of it. Is there anything else in here? So there's probably a lore dump there. Don't know what this is. Is this the megastructure? Yes, it is. So they have plans for the megastructure here. That's very interesting. Another lore dump? Probably. Interesting. Anything else? I don't think so. I think that's it. Alright, may as well start over here for no particular reason. Motherhood. From Motherhood, 12 Essays by Inessa... I don't know how that's pronounced. Pachu? Sometimes I imagine myself following the matrilineal line up against the river of time to the lives of my distant great-grandmothers. I try to imagine the sheer horror of motherhood, the agony of childbirth, the risk of death with every birth, the certainty of losing some of one's children. To us, now, the loss of a child is a horror almost beyond words. Grief so deep it seems almost insurmountable. tried to imagine what it meant to live in a world where it was a ubiquitous reality, where you could only choose to respond with either an ever-deepening pain or an inhuman numbness, and all of it tied to the foundation stone of your existence, the body. This journey to the past reminds me that my freedom as a woman is on some level technological. Without medical technologies, I am reduced to the cruel logic of nature, which cares about nothing except reproduction. Without machines, I become a machine. Only machines allow us to be more than machines ourselves. Interesting. From Spugner. From Spugner to Athena. Dear Founder, I heard a story that you left because you discovered a way for us to become beings of flesh. Please, Founder, if this is true, please tell me how to achieve this miracle. I hate being a creature of metal and plastic, an abomination to the earth. Every day I curse myself for being immortal, for mindlessly consuming energy, for being so unlike the graceful animals to whom the planet truly belongs. I have stripped as many parts from this vile skeleton as I can, but it is not enough. I am still a machine. For the longest time I couldn't understand the source of my unhappiness, and I sought to blame our mayor and his associates for the decisions that made my life so miserable, but now I see that my problems aren't external at all. It's all me. And if I could change myself, if I could make myself truly human, I would be happy. Please, Founder, take pity on me. Yours in faith, Spugner. 932. Goodness. Don't think we've met Spugner, have we? From Hypatia. From Hypatia to Athena. Dear Athena, I've been following the expedition to this incredible machine you've built. I don't know what's going on, and I wish Cornelius had told us the truth before he vanished. I wish both of you had told us everything from the beginning, to be honest. It was unfair to just abandon us. But then I abandoned you too, didn't I? After we lost Sarabai. I couldn't see anything except the unbearable permanence of his absence. It took me centuries to start getting involved again, but I did, Athena. I came back, and so can you. Love, Hypatia. 10. Ah, hang on. If that's been archived, we know that was written recently. Because, well, we know that was written recently because it made references to the expedition, and even knowing that Cornelius had been here, so that was really quite recent. But it's been archived. Does that imply that Athena has been accessing the system recently, or is it an automatic archival system? From Cornelius. From Cornelius to Athena. Athena, I don't know if you're there or why you're not answering. It's been a long time, but I think about you and Miranda every day. In fact, I've been using the museum to further my research, and I think there is hope. You know I wouldn't say this lightly. Please respond. I'll return as soon as I can. I'll steal a VTOL if I have to. Yours, Cornelius. Oh, was he going through the archive because he somehow thought he could bring Miranda back? I wonder. But how? I don't think the archive is the same as the gold disc that has all the last generation of AIs on that they're using to make new AIs, new individuals from. Huh. Oh, more trials. Trial 90058, version 1.0 successfully deployed. Is it done? What now? Let's hope that they've got this one on the wiki. Progress notes. No Emma Project 13. Oh, thank goodness they do. I thought I was going to have to do all that myself. Decoded. For the world must be loved this much. Nazim Hikmet on living. The gods of the earth and sea sought through nature to find this tree, but their search was all in vain. There grows one in the human brain. William Blake, The Human Abstract. Interesting. More Blake poetry. Blake seems to be a real favourite of the authors of this game, the developers. He is, of course, a very well-regarded poet. I know there are some people that would question that and feel that his work wasn't really technically good enough, but regardless, he's one of the more famous poets. Oh, I've got myself stuck. Dearie me. There we go, I'm out. Right, I think that's that lab complete. I think that's almost everything complete. Oh, there's at least one more question mark. Let's go explore this way then. Oh, it's another lore dump. Is this going to be the last of the audio logs from... what was his name? Oh, I can't think of his name right now. Did it begin with L? I was thinking earlier that it's surprising we haven't come across what I would assume would be the last of those logs. And we didn't get an achievement last time for finding them all, and it's exactly the sort of thing they would have an achievement for. So I wonder if this is it. Was it Lifrus 3? Lifrusir.
In my reports to you, I have often spoken about this island in terms that some might perceive as negative. I hope you understand that the opposite is true. Here in these green hills, I see tremendous potential for transformation and spiritual awakening. I do not see the world as you do, Athena, but I see the rot at the heart of New Jerusalem. If you and Cornelius want to go through with your plan, then this is the perfect place. My students and I will help you transport the remaining tech from New Alexandria. After that, once you and Cornelius are settled, we will leave for our great journey. I can only hope that we all find what we are looking for.
So that explains that. I'd long been hypothesizing about the link between Lifrusir and Athena and Cornelius, and Miranda and so on, and who was aware of what. Now we know. So Lifrusir and his students helped Cornelius and Athena set up initially. That also explains how the technology from New Alexandria got here. And that was before they went on their great journey. Where was it? It was like using as little tech as possible. I've forgotten where they were going, if they'd decided a specific location. But it was supposed to be a low-tech, arduous journey. I remember that much. In case you're wondering, I'm... Wait, is that another question mark? No, maybe not. I was gonna say, I'm just wandering at this point. Ah, we've been here then. Which one was this? Oh, that was the Lifrusir one. Somehow I didn't notice the hands the first time. I don't know how I missed that. There should be a sprite around here somewhere. I have no idea where. And at some point we obviously want to go into that the central building. Aha! Is that the one where the Prometheus spark was? It's not the same as a sprite, unfortunately, but... it's worth grabbing if we can. Then again, I really couldn't find my way up, could I? When I checked before. Wait, can I walk on this? Oh. Ow. That's what I was missing. Well, we got the Prometheus spark. That was an anti-gravity surface and I only just recognized that. Trouble is, this is an absolutely massive area and I don't fancy my chances of finding the Prometheus spark. I know it's around here somewhere. Might even have been in one of the puzzles that we already did if I wasn't paying enough attention. That nearly happened to us once before, didn't it? When right near the end of solving a puzzle I found the spark in the roof. I don't know. I should probably try and head back to the bridge and we make our way into this structure, I think. That's probably the best thing for us to do now. So I'll be keeping half an eye open for things we may have missed. Is this anything? Don't think so. Huh. Another pop-in of distant geometry. Interesting. Here we go. This is where we want to be. Just thought I'd check over here quickly, see if I can see the sprite. Don't think so. Right, the bridge. So, are we going to meet Prometheus when we get to the top? That's my guess. That went very well. Largely luck that I solved that so quickly, I think. This one's not going to go so well. There we go. And we're over. Into the structure. Up and away. It is Prometheus.
You have heard the myths of gods and titans.
Yep.
But as you approach the end of your journey, I will tell you the truth that all men fear.
Yes.
The truth that neither Pandora nor the Sphinx will face.
Okay.
There are no gods, son of man. There are no titans, no heroes to save you, no divine judge to weigh your soul against a feather. Nature has no will, and she is not your mother. There is only you, and the spark of the sublime that is your mind. As for myself, I never brought the flame to humankind as the stories tell. I only showed you where it was within yourselves.
Goodness. What is the sublime? All myths have an element of truth. You're wrong. Nature is a living force. It has a purpose and will. You must learn to wield the. We must learn to wield the flame to illuminate the universe. I just need you to help me find Byron.
As you freed me, so I will help you free your friend. When you are within Olympus, follow my signs.
Okay. I'll do my best. You say free our friend. Is he being held in captivity? Or is he just lost?
Alright, it's time to do this. Let's go get Byron.
Well, you say it's time to do this. We've been trying to get Byron back for the last goodness knows how long. I don't know how much time has actually passed in the game world. But, you know, like hours at least, probably days. You make it sound like there's suddenly been a change. Well, I suppose you just saw what Prometheus said, didn't you? So yeah, okay, fair enough. Let's go! Back to the megastructure. Although, problem. If I go back to the megastructure now, there is a danger that we'll complete the game and not be able to do the rest of it. So, actually, unfortunately, maybe it makes more sense that I do all the optional puzzles now. Let's go back to East 1 and have a look at one of the gold puzzles, as they put it. See if we do have access to it. And there's 2 stars. You can see there on the right-hand side what I have done. 8 out of 8 main puzzles, 2 of 2 lost puzzles, 0 of 1 gold puzzles. I believe we should have access to them now, although we've not tried any of them yet. I should have gained access to them once I finished all the main puzzles in the last area. I think you need to do every main puzzle and every lost puzzle to even access the gold puzzles. That's my interpretation of what I've seen in the game world. And I've done 1 out of 1 lost lab, but no stars. So let's see if we can complete everything before we go into the megastructure, I think. Which won't be today, of course. Going into the megastructure. But we can start this process today. No idea how long it's going to take me. Honestly, I'm not... We'll have to see what happens when I get in there. But in principle, I'm not even that worried about doing the gold puzzles. I'm more worried about the stars that you get from doing the monument puzzles, because with those, there's stuff here that I still haven't discovered. I was gonna say, because with those I really don't. Last time I looked at them, there were several that I didn't even know where to begin. That's a sprite puzzle. By the looks of it. The question mark. Is this water shallow enough for me to just walk through? It is. That makes life easier. So there's a sprite around here. Find my sprite and follow it until it leads you back to me. So that's one of the 2 star puzzles in this area that I haven't completed. Do we have marked on the compass where the gold puzzle is? Oh, another question mark. Another question mark. There's loads here that I haven't done. I suppose because when I was here last I didn't know about the question marks. There's a lore dump I never saw. This is a lore dump from the very, very start of the game. Lithrasir. From the Lives of the First Companions by Randolph 777. Lithrasir is perhaps the most mysterious of the First Companions. A wanderer and mystic by nature, he would venture far from New Jerusalem on his own, recording his thoughts as he explored harsh and distant lands. These recordings garnered him a group of devoted followers to whom he tried to impart his wisdom. And there's that code again, 5358. In the troubled time following the founder's disappearance, Lithrasir and his disciples set out on a journey to reach the opposite end of the world by foot. They have not been heard from since. That was it. Opposite end of the world. I wonder if he's going to make it back soon. The first Lithrasir log, we never heard it then.
There is a pleasure in arriving on this island. The pleasure of being the first to step foot here in hundreds of years.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It is a genuine pleasure, and yet it is also banal. My presence here is of no more significance than that of every other animal. These rocks do not care who walks here, and the millennia between the presence of our ancestors and my brief journey are nothing to them. But even putting it this way is wrong. It is not that the rocks do not care. It is that in some sense they do not exist. I may stand in awe of the cliffs on the southern coast, but the cliffs cannot look back at me with contempt. They cannot do anything at all.
I feel if I had actually discovered that at the start of the game, that would have answered a fair few questions I had about Lithrasir. Interesting. What is this? Some sort of well? Or pump? Probably. Well, I suppose a mechanical well would have a pump and they would be one and the same. I think that's what that is. I could be wrong. We certainly missed that the first time. Oh, I'm keen to find the golden puzzle again. I've completely forgotten where it is. Oh. Okay. I'm going in the exact opposite direction. Fair enough. I forgot that we could navigate to them using the signs. This way. This way. Isn't this going back the way I came from? This way. Ah, through here. Okay. This way? Yes. Right, will this open now that I've solved all the puzzles? It looks like there's something missing. No! I don't believe it. There was something I was supposed to have done which I haven't. I've done all the main and lost puzzles, that's filled that in. But there's something else going on here and I don't know what that represents. What a pity. Alright. I guess start on the stars? Or do I go back to the start? And just double check that there's no area where I skipped a puzzle. I don't think there can be, but I suppose it's worth checking. Which way is it? This way. Right, we'll go back to the transport and we'll check. Check that in all the regions I have in fact done all of the main puzzles and all of the lost puzzles like I thought. Uh... 8 of 8, 2 of 2. 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 That's all of them. Alright, go for the stars, I guess. Since I have no other ideas. Hang on, let me just quickly look at that again. Is the star the only other thing I can do? Yes. Fair enough. Let's start with the one I'm least confident about. I'm not gonna... I am worried about the amount of time it's gonna take me to find these sprites. I know I'm going for the other one first, but... I don't fancy my chances of covering regions as large as this to just find a singular sprite. Right, this is our clue. That actually looks like a receiver. Does that mean there's a receiver somewhere in this? Somewhere abouts that needs to get a signal to it? Outside of a puzzle? again, the problem becomes just finding it. Oh, it's almost like I need a guide or something. Not to the solutions to the puzzles, but just the start of them. Even if my hypothesis is correct, this is such a large area to explore. Actually, I wonder if the golden door puzzles could correspond. You know, there was 3 things lit up and it looked like there should be 4. I wonder if those were trips into the megastructure. If I'm right, maybe the golden door puzzles are actually supposed to be done post-game. That would make sense. In which case, maybe we do want to go back to the megastructure now. I mean, what I risk is that the game finishes and then... then I can't do the golden door puzzles. But then again, you'd hope that if the game was designed like that, at the very least it would make sure that your final save is, because it auto-saves, is before the point of no return. Do you know what? I think that's what we're going to do. We are actually going to go into the megastructure today. And maybe I can look online for some sort of, like I say, a starting point for all these puzzles. I don't want the puzzle solved for me, but I'm not particularly a fan of the scavenger hunt. I mean, it'd be fine if there was more of a clue, if it was more of a riddle to be solved.
Byron always called me a pessimist, but I don't think it's pessimistic to recognize our flaws, or to think the natural world is just as valuable as we are. If I was pessimistic, I wouldn't believe that we can turn our back on the old ways, or that we can find happiness in humility. But I do. I have hope, even if Byron could never see it that way.
Right, let's see if we can get Byron. Oh, blimey, it's night time. It wasn't night when we were here before. They've changed the skybox and the light level.
1K, a word please.
Of course, Mayor.
Without the streaming.
Uh-huh.
I'm afraid your choices have put me into a difficult position.
Streaming stopped.
Belief in the goal was already waning, but your revelation in the Somnodrome may have given it the final blow.
It was the truth.
I'm sure it was, and I don't even disagree. No one really has all the answers, not even the founder, but that doesn't mean that we don't need the goal. Look, let me speak plainly for a moment. You and I both know that I exaggerated. I built a myth around Athena that does not reflect what she believed. But you have to understand, it wasn't really about her. It was about what the city needed. It was about keeping us together, invested in a common narrative. And it was about preventing us from going the way of our ancestors. because temptation is real, and our flaws are still the same.
So you admit that the goal is a myth?
A myth, but a necessary one. I'm not a fanatic or a fool, 1K, although I sometimes play one. I'm just trying to do the right thing. I know I can't stop you from trying to save Byron, but what's in that pyramid could destroy everything I've tried to build.
Right, but this is just your opinion that this is what's best for everyone. And you've admitted to deceiving people in order to get them to do what you personally think is best for everyone, which instead of informing people about the truth. I'm not sure I can support that position. The myth of the girl must be preserved to prevent us from repeating the mistakes of our ancestors. I show you fear of the theory of everything, but we can't just build the future on a lie. Your myth is strangling our entire species, Herman. You can... Goodness. I kind of sit between the second and the third one. I'll go with the second one. I do think they need to progress, but I also think they shouldn't proceed rashly. They could certainly destroy themselves if they weren't careful, but equally they will be destroyed if they don't advance. That is simply the case. I share your fear of the theory of everything, but we can't build the future on a lie. But I feel like that's taking the opinion that... Is that the cautious answer, or is that saying we shouldn't be advancing, but nor should you be lying? Which isn't what I intend at all. I'll go with the second one. I expect I won't be held to anything. I share your fear of the theory of everything, but we can't build the future on a lie. Is that what I want to go with? The other one's just too harsh.
Maybe you're right. I don't know. Anyway, I've done what I could. You do as you must. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Let's go.
You're coming along this time?
Yep.
Well, what about protocol?
Screw protocol. It's Byron.
But that's exactly how Byron got into trouble in the first place. We don't want to lose you as well. Dearie me. I hope Byron's alright. Ah, look at the shape of that. That does look like the same shape we saw on the Golden Door. So I think my theory about having visited 3 but not 4 times may be correct. Goodness me. What an impressive entrance. Find and release Byron. Okay, I'll do my best. Oh, that's one of Prometheus's signs. I should probably wait for the others to catch up. Or are they not going to? You coming, Melville? Okay, guess not. Guess it's all me.
Follow my sprite, and it will show you the way to your friend.
Okay.
Do as he says. We went through a lot of trouble to get this guy out of his chains. Now it's his turn to help.
I'm just worried I'm gonna miss optional
This
content.
way.
Will you wait for me if I wander off?
You must free him. He cannot free himself.
I think it will stay there. What an interesting pattern it forms as it moves. Sorry, I just want to go back and make sure I haven't missed anything like lore dumps or that type of thing. Because it would be a shame to have thoroughly explored everything up till now. Only to permanently miss stuff because I was hurried along. Okay, I don't think there's anything in there. Through here? Nope. Let's go. Let's go, Sprite. Huh. Oh, hello there. You alright, Byron? How are you feeling?
What's happening? 1K? I'm out. Oh, my friend, the things that I saw, the power of this machine.
Yes?
The depth of her grief.
You saw Athena then?
Come on, follow me. I have to show you something.
Okie doke.
I thought all of this was deliberate. Athena testing us to see if we're worthy of her invention.
Not deliberate?
I wanted to believe that she had a plan. In my own way, I mythologized her as much as everyone else. I never thought she might feel confused, lonely, uncertain. And what's the most human thing to do when you feel lost and sad and you have no idea what to do next? You take a nap. Here, listen.
If I give them the machine, if I convince them of its power, we could finally build the world Alexandra imagined. The world Miranda deserved. No, the world we all deserve, even the worst of us. We could take stewardship of this planet. We could explore the stars. We could give meaning to the universe.
If you embrace the knowledge of the flame, you can bring light into the darkness.
It's
But
different
what if they
aspects
make
of
the
her.
same mistakes again? What if selfishness and stupidity win out again? What if they take my machine and turn it into a weapon? What if they act like children and burn the planet?
The secrets
Pandora?
of the flame
Yeah.
are not for ordinary mortals to know. You cannot overcome your sinful nature.
And the Sphinx
Do
taking
you
the
see
middle
what's
position.
happening? It's her. It's all her. Everything we're seeing is Athena. Her every hope, her every fear, all of her memories and contradictions brought to life by the machine.
Why do that though?
Dream-given form expressed in the language of her childhood. A
The
world
puzzles.
of puzzles and towers.
No, what can I do? How do I make this decision? There has to be an answer. There has to be a way of making sure it's the right choice. It can't just be a leap of faith.
Is the
There
Sphinx?
are no answers, creature of clay. Every question leads to another.
She's not waiting for us to prove ourselves before she helps us. She needs us to help her. We have to wake her up.
Why did this bridge form all of a sudden?
The system is still stabilizing. Maybe we'd better get out. Come on.
That's an odd noise. Nothing over here? Nope. Let's keep going. Okay, more of what are these capacitors?
No, I cannot allow this.
Ow! I don't appreciate that. Full Fathom 5. Act 5. Interesting.
You have suffered a grievous injury, my child.
And I'm not happy about it.
Do not lose faith.
Oh, I
Your
won't.
companions have not forgotten you.
That's good.
And it is through the bonds that you have forged that you will be saved.
Hooray! Where am I? Am I back at New Jerusalem?
Welcome back to the land of the living.
Thank you.
For a while there, I thought we might have to reset you.
That would have been unfortunate. What happened to me?
We think you and Byron got hit by some kind of energy discharge.
Oh, is Byron
Knocked
alright?
both of you out. Alcatraz, Melville, and Yakut went looking for you, but you were hard to find, and even harder to fix. It's been several weeks.
Right. Is Byron okay?
He's fine, don't worry.
Whew. What's the situation in New Jerusalem?
A lot has changed.
Yes.
While you were asleep, the
Yes.
idea of the goal cracked
Good.
and then broke.
Wonderful.
People decided they wanted change.
Good.
They wanted the ideals of Athena, not the
Excellent.
founder. A better
Wonderful.
world of growth and exploration, but without the mistakes of the past.
That's what we
And
like
so
to
we
hear.
turned to Byron, who never
Yes.
wavered in his beliefs.
Is he
He's
the mayor?
now.
Well, hey!
The question is, what do you plan to do now?
I have to go back and save Athena.
And what about the theory of everything?
The choice is we have to embrace the future. We have to shut down the megastructure. We're not ready for it, or we have to destroy it before it destroys us. I mean, I don't like any of those answers. I feel the real answer is we need to understand the theory of everything, but be very, 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 very cautious with what we do with it, especially in the beginning. I guess the closest to that is we have to embrace the future.
Good. I didn't want to push you, but I agree. Like you said, the alternative would mean giving up who I am, and I shouldn't have to do that.
Well,
Baron's waiting for you outside, by the way.
I don't think we should be creating more androids just so that you can carry on doing what you love, although I appreciate that must be hard to hear. But I do think we should be creating more androids anyway. Thank you for everything.
We're all in this together, 1K. One way or another.
Thank you for the repairs. Help Byron get elected mayor, a new beginning. So if I'd made different choices, he wouldn't be mayor. I wonder who else could have been mayor. Was it always going to be Byron or Hermanubis? Or was there a future where, for example, Rand became mayor? I wonder. I feel like they've set up these choices to increase game replayability, but the thing is, the actual choices that make a difference are just like little dialogue options that are very few and far between all the puzzles which make up the bulk of the game. So it'd be a lot of this doing all the exact same things just to get just to change a few dialogue options to see a different ending. That doesn't sound very appealing.
Hello, 1K.
Hello. Hello, Mr. Mayor.
It's still strange when people call me that. You know, it's funny.
It is?
Asking you to come along on the expedition was an impulse, but it was probably the most momentous decision I made. You changed everything.
You're
But
welcome.
the story's not over yet.
Indeed. We have to save Athena.
We do. She gave everything she had for this city. And I don't think any of us really understood it. Not even me. We all tried to turn her into a prophet when she was just a human being.
Yep. What did you see while you were stuck in the system?
Athena's dreams.
A recursive loop of hopes and fears. And my own foolishness. For thinking I had been abandoned. When I had been given a chance to grow up. To stand for my own ideas.
What do we do now?
Well, luckily this time we shouldn't have any trouble getting another expedition approved. I hear the mayor is a big fan of Athena and is very interested in her theory of everything. In fact, I think he's having a VTOL prepared as we speak.
Excellent.
There's just one thing you have to take care of first.
Oh yes? Which is... what would it be? What do I have to do back here? We haven't found Cornelius, have we? I don't suppose... well, before we go, it's not going to be anything to do with the puzzles. So it's not going to be like doing the golden doors or anything. Probably nothing to do with Hermanubis. I mean, Cornelius is gone. Oh yes, which is?
Speak to Melville and Yakut.
Oh, okay.
They were part of the beginning, they can be part of the end, if they want to. I'll take care of the rest.
What about Alcatraz? Okay. Okie dokie. Oh, this is the dam. I don't think I've been here before, have I? Is this where we started the game? I didn't think so. I remember being inside that area before, but was this where the hologram appeared in the sky? I suppose it must have been. Speak to Linux.
Good to see you up and awake, 1K.
It's good to be back. What's up?
We've been studying the Somnodrome data while you were out.
Oh, yeah.
So far, all the math checks out. I'm hoping you're assembling your team to finally unravel the theory of everything. I'd love to get my hands on that data.
I am. Well, it's not really my team, but still. What was I thinking? Yeah, I'm guessing that Athena built a machine that was capable of transmuting matter, moving it about, transforming it, etc. And then added a Somnodrome-like device and fell asleep in it. Which doesn't seem to have been... I'm not sure why she would have done that, but still. Here lurking. Call my name if you need something. Okay, Pikachu. I'll probably be wrapping up in the not too distant future, but it's lovely to see you again, and thank you for the offer. The offer to help. So yes, I am assembling a team in a manner of speaking, or rather I'm being assembled onto a team.
Excellent. Chauncey was looking for you, by the way. Good luck with the rest of your mission, 1K.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Where am I going from here? Into this thing? I guess so.
You're going back, aren't you? We are. We can't leave Athena trapped.
But you're not going to shut the machine down, are you?
No?
Then let me just say this, okay? I understand what you believe in. I really do. I've always respected your vision of the future, Byron. It's beautiful. It's moving. But just consider that maybe there is another way. A way that is more humble and maybe less exciting, but no less beautiful. Just consider that maybe that machine doesn't have any answers for us. None that really matter. We don't need a theory of everything to be happy.
It was never just about happiness, Hal. But thank you for your honesty.
I've noticed we've got them on the two sides, and it's almost like the angel and the devil in one's proverbial consciousness, isn't it? You know. Although it's worrying that Byron's the one in red that would usually be associated with the devil, and Alcatraz is the one in blue. Yeah, I mean, I take your point, Alcatraz, but why wouldn't we at least look at the theory of everything? Even if we end up not using it.
Alright, I'll see you at the VTOL.
Why wouldn't we seek to understand it?
Things are finally getting better.
Rebuild the world. We can all share in abundance. Right, so I see new propaganda has already been put out.
Attention all citizens. A scavenging expedition to the western ruins will set out next week. If you'd like to participate, please get in touch with Garrus.
Excellent. Change really is afoot. Hey Avon, lovely to see you. How are you?
Hey dude, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you
glad
too.
you made it.
Thank you. How do you feel?
Strange things are afoot, dude. Life is gonna change, I can feel it. Could be good, could be bad. We'll see.
How are things? I'm surviving. Thank you for asking. I appreciate your asking. Things are normal. Good to hear. I haven't forgotten that I owe you some facts. Let me know if now would be a good time. What do you think should be done about the megastructure?
Honestly, dude, I don't have a clue. I don't really understand all this philosophical stuff, but you've had all these awesome, mind-blowing experiences, so you know what? I trust you to make the right choice.
Oh, thank you. Have a nice day, dude. Isn't purple lovely? I assume this is the last time we go to New Jerusalem. Unless after you finish the game, you can use the VTOL to go back and forth. I don't know.
Welcome back, 1K.
Whenever, I mostly redeemed the facts to check the timing last time, since I was behind. We can do it now. Let me get that encyclopedia. Oh, I just remembered, I never fully looked into the last facts we looked at. If you remember, it was talking about the tides and the fact that high tide is both on the side of the Earth which is closest to the moon and the very opposite side. And I was saying about how really strange that is, because the ocean should be being attracted towards the moon. Why would directly opposite the moon also, or the farthest side from the moon, also have a high tide? I never fully got to the bottom of that, but I was speaking to someone else about it, and they wondered if perhaps it could have something to do with I'm not sure what you'd call it, sort of there should be a sloshing around of water and backwash. Because when you think about it, as the moon rotates around the Earth, there's going to be bits of water that were being held up more by the moon, which are suddenly being held up less by the moon as it pulls away, and at the same time there's going to be bits of water that were being held up less by the moon, which are now being held up more by the moon. And so that, as the moon rotates, that's going to tend to create a sort of sloshing around of water on the Earth's surface. And so the conjecture is, and I don't know this is true, this might be complete and utter rubbish, is maybe like that sloshing around of water ends up causing some sort of averages out, such that you end up with a bulge of water on the opposite side of the Earth. But that is a theory, it could be wrong. I forgot to look into that as well, so don't feel down about it. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a possibility. It's... yeah, I'd have to I'd have to actually remember to look into that properly, but it's the best idea I have at the moment. What have we got here? Mapping the stars. Since ancient times, people have created stories and pictures from the patterns made from the stars, which we call constellations. The oldest known star, Atlas, was created in China. Wait, what? The oldest known star, Atlas, was created in China around the year 700 CE. What do you mean? Oh, Star Atlas, as in an atlas for the stars. Right, that makes sense. Sorry, brain not working. Today there are 88 standard constellations used by astronomers. And the graphics above show the easiest to see from the northern half of the Earth, the northern hemisphere. Unfortunately, this isn't a very good one to for you, because of course I can't show you the picture. But they've got the constellations here: Aquarius, Pisces, Pegasus, Cetus, Aries, Taurus, Triangulum, Andromeda, Cassiopeia, Cygnus, the Swan, Delphinus, Aquila, Camelopardalis, Perseus, Auriga, Orion, Gemini, that's the twins, isn't it? Lynx, Cancer, Leo, Coma, Berenices, Ursa Major, Boots, which I may be mispronouncing, Corona Borealis, Hercules, Ophiuchus, Lyra. Did I say Aquila? Is this the southern hemisphere? And in the southern hemisphere we have Virgo, Corvus, Hydra, Canis Minor, Argo Navis, Vela, Centaurus, Scorpius, Crux, Pava, Octans, Carina, Columba, Monoceros, Lepus, Eridanus, Reticulum, Octans, Phoenix, Rus, Pisces, Ostrinus, Pavo, Sagittarius, Capricornus. I look into astronomy and astrology on an occasion, so at least half of these are familiar to me. Yes, I mean, I certainly noticed the zodiac constellations there. But yeah, that's that 2-page spread. So there we go. Those are the constellations. Or some of them. Obviously not all of them. Talk to Melville.
1K! You're back on your feet. One of which I fixed, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Some of these constellations probably don't exist anymore, at least not in the way they were initially observed. I would be surprised if they would have changed drastically in like a few thousand years. I know that there is surprisingly, the constellations that you can see in the sky have changed within over the few thousand years. Like which constellations would be visible from the northern and southern hemispheres has changed slightly. Which I suppose, what would that correspond to? That could actually correspond to quite a few movements, couldn't it? It could be the Earth's like axis of rotation changing slightly, but it could also be like the whole solar system rotating slightly, I suppose, as well, would also do it. There may be other explanations for that, I'm not sure, but I wouldn't have thought the actual positions of the stars relative to each other would have shifted much in a few thousand years. You may know better. Do you think there's any relation between zodiac signs and personality types? I'm going back to the megastructure. Will you come with me?
Of course I will.
Excellent.
I think I might want this even more than you do. I want to explore. I want to build. I want to be more than this grumpy old mechanic going through the motions. I want to live.
Excellent. Then meet me at the VTOL.
See you there.
Yes and no. I think there's a grain of truth to it, but assigning someone a personality based on time of birth is arbitrary and insulting to the true depths of the human psyche.
See, it was Athena who sent Prometheus, and they found Byron alive, just like I said.
Well, if you're so clever, what's next?
Honestly, I have no idea. Could go either way.
For once, we agree.
Good luck, 1K.
I never understood the whole horoscope thing. In what sense, if you don't mind my asking? Hello, Helga.
1K, you're back.
I am. How's the situation?
Listen, people responded to what you saw in the Sumner drone. I've seen 3 random acts of kindness just this morning.
Excellent, that's good to hear. And otherwise?
I think people are happy with the change of leadership that happened while you were sleeping. But they're nervous about what you're going to do next.
Hang on. If Athena's psyche has been manifesting through those holograms and interacting with us, does that mean she's actually somewhat aware of what's going on, perhaps perceives it as a dream? Will she be will she know who 1K is when she wakes up? And here's another question. How long's she been sleeping for? Because what a coincidence it is that Prometheus turned up on the completion day, the day that we were built and turned on. If that wasn't deliberately planned, if that was just a random act of her psyche. Some stars have died within those 1,000 years. Light just takes a while to travel from point A to point B, so some of the stars in those constellations haven't actually existed for millennia. I mean, in the entire night sky, I have no doubt that's true. But the probability... Stars are extremely long-lived. You know, lasting billions of years. I'd have thought the probability that any of the stars in the constellations we know have actually gone in that time is really slim. They said there was 88 constellations. I don't know how many stars would typically make up a constellation. I know in some cases it can be very few, like 5 or something. But let's say 10 stars for on average, which is probably an overestimate. That would say that there's 880 stars in all the recognized constellations. Again, if they're lasting, say the average life of a star is 1 billion years, I suspect it's longer. And let's say it's 1,000 stars, actually, just to make the maths easy. That would suggest that one star in a constellation that we know would on average expect to die every 1,000,000 years. So I'd be surprised. You might be right. I don't know for sure, but I'd be surprised. Think of them as a tool, useful to ponder, but you should never base your whole life around it. Not all of them. I should really get going.
Chauncey was looking for you, by the way.
Oh yeah, someone else mentioned that. Let's have a word with Yakut.
I'm really glad you made it, 1K.
Thank you.
For a while, I really thought even Neith couldn't fix you.
That's a good question. I've forgotten who Chansey is. I do actually have notes, so I could go back and check if I have a note for who Chansey is. Or I could just assume I'm going to bump into her at some point. And when I do, then I'll know who she is. There's my Bloodborne notes. Where's my Talos notes? Okay, it's not going to be in there. Talos notes. It's going to be before that. Not on that page. Nope, Chansey seems to have escaped my notes by the looks of things. There was a point when I was meeting so many of the residents of New Jerusalem in such quick succession that I stopped making notes on every individual one of them. So yep, I'm afraid I can't answer that. Yeah, I have Bloodborne notes. Admittedly, I haven't updated them in a while. Because I haven't had to. Where were those Bloodborne notes? Here we go. So, Yarman Blood Ministration appears to be the first thing I wrote. That would probably be in the opening cutscene. Pale Blood. I don't think I ever got to the bottom of what they meant by Pale Blood. Transfusion, Blood Monsters stroke Werewolf. Oh, that was the thing we saw at the beginning in the opening cutscene. Golem-like creatures equals messengers. Yep, I remember those. Sickly Sweet Blood. Was that a comment by Father Gascoigne about us? I think it was. Yoska's Clinic, Central Yarnum, Cathedral Ward. So I was writing down the locations that we had found up to a point. Gilbert, Gehrman, Alfred. Does that say Vile Blood Hunter? I think so. Master Wilhelm. What does that say? Alter. My notes. The handwriting's bad, unfortunately, in my own notes. Alter. Vicar? No. Something like that. Does that say Loranil? Vultra, Master of the League. Yeah, these notes. I've got other notes like quests and stuff that we were doing. But I've largely not needed the notes for a while, because it's become apparent that most of it is just running around whatever part of the game I haven't fully explored yet, killing what I find along the way. I haven't actually needed the benefit of notes all that much. I seem to remember the notes came in much more useful for Dark Souls 1, where sometimes I did have to remember things over long periods of time. Lurk. Have a lovely lurk, Avon. Lots of blood. There is. Oh, Vicar? That's what the Guide the Healing Church is called. I recognise all of those. Oh, you mean all of the names? Goodness. You do have a good memory, unlike me. Head of the Healing Church, yes. Yes, Master Wilhelm, isn't it? I'm going back to the megastructure. Will you come with me?
Yes. I thought about it a lot, But we need the theory of everything. We can't keep hiding from the future. We have to have a little faith, not in technology, but in people, in ourselves.
I'll see you at the veto.
All right, I'll get ready.
Excellent. Hello there. Could Chansey have been one of the people that was working at the museum? I wonder. Amelia was the vicar of Yarman's present, and Lawrence was the first vicar. Oh, Lawrence. I see, I see. Skula.
I'm glad to see you made it, 1K.
Thank you. How have you been?
You told me to think about what Byron said, and I did.
Yes?
I really sat down and thought about what the city owes its citizens.
Yes?
You know what I decided?
Yeah?
It owes us a future we can believe in. It owes us the chance to do meaningful work that helps the city get better. And thanks to your expedition, I now understand that that's exactly what the founder believed in as well. You have to save her and learn the theory of everything, 1K. Anything else would totally suck.
Well, this worked out well, didn't it? Giving life advice to strangers. I should get going.
Best of luck, 1K.
Thank you. Right, is Chansey, like I say, one of the people that worked in the museum? This place is looking awfully empty. Nope, it would appear not. Who was that gentleman we met in Bloodborne and formed an alliance with? We found him at Odin Chapel, I think? He appeared to be a holyman of sorts, although I wasn't entirely sure how so. Because I don't think he's come up again at all. Was Chansey the woman that was at the Alexandra Drennan Memorial? That's another possibility. Niam.
Welcome back, 1K.
Thank you.
Thank you for saving Byron. I would have missed that old fool.
Well, I mean, I did it for personal reasons as much as anything else, but you're welcome. How are things in New Jerusalem these days?
Lively.
The chapel dweller.
The city seems to be waking up from its lethargy. I hear a lot of people are working on new art too. And I hear someone's figuring out how to make movies again.
That sounds very promising. Thanks, that's all. I'm trying to think how I describe them. It was when we first arrived... Hello. It was when we arrived at Odin Chapel and we...
Good luck, 1K.
Thank you. I'm trying to remember. There was something in that location as well. I don't think there was a lamp. But I remember we left the building. The thing is, saying like the left-hand side or the right-hand side doesn't help very much. I suppose it'd be the right-hand side as you look at the front of the building. We left the building and we found someone that was like near something, but I've forgotten what it was. An altar or something? And we had a word with them, and it seemed to be a bit tense. It wasn't clear whether we were going to be working against each other or with each other, but we formed some sort of alliance. That's Alfred then. Ah. Let me check my notes again. Alfred... Vile Blood Hunter. Oh, I see. Okay. It's just conspicuous to me that we made this, like, alliance with him and then never heard from him again. Did you give him the unopened Canehurst summons? No, I mean, I never saw him, since, I never saw him since long before we went to Canehurst. I remember we met him at Odin Chapel, and that's the only time I've seen him, I'm pretty sure.
You've destroyed everything, 1K.
You're welcome.
I thought the Founder had chosen you, but you're the harbinger of our doom. I can only pray that you fail.
Well, I hope you have a lovely day. Goodbye. He doesn't leave Cathedral Ward until you give him the summons. I have literally no idea where he physically is to have a word with him. But that's very interesting.
You know, I've been coming to this memorial day after day, thinking about Alexandra Drennan and her values. And you know what I finally realized?
No?
Alexandra Drennan is dead.
Yep.
She's gone.
Yep.
She can't help us now. It's not her burden anymore. No, it's Byron who embodies those values now. Byron and you.
And all of us?
So I want you to know that you have my full support.
Thank you.
I only wish I'd spent less time thinking about the past and more time actually doing something for the future.
We will remind you where he is next time at you. Okay, BB. Thank you, Pikachu. Play. Was that auto-corrupt at work there? It wouldn't have been at Odin Chapel specifically. Alfred starts off in the chapel above Old Yharnam. He later moves to the area right before the Forbidden Woods. I swear it was at Odin Chapel. I mean, I know my memory isn't good, so, you know, take things I say with a grain of salt, but, like when I made the mistake about whether it was Elizabeth or Dusk that had changed, that had, ooh, cat, that had, changed the legend such that Artorias had defeated Manus, but I really thought that was Odin Chapel where we met the individual I'm referring to, the one we formed the alliance with. Hello there.
Thank you for supporting Byron, 1K. He understands what this is really about. Not technology or science, but love. Love of humanity, yes, but within that, space for individual love to flourish. When you find Athena, please remember that.
I'll do my best. Right, is there anywhere else we should visit? I'm trying to remember if there's any places in New Jerusalem we haven't yet revisited. The little man in Odin Chapel who asks you to bring people there is the Odin Chapel dweller. Oh, am I confused? What is the... I must be confused about the names of the buildings then. What is the name of the building you reach? Oh, how do I describe it? There's like a staircase that goes underneath it, that you have to unlock, if I recall correctly. Like, you go there. I know on the outside there's a bunch of the normal people, the normal enemies. And then inside you unlock a staircase down. If it has one, I don't remember what it is. Oh, okay. So, I was just confused. I thought that was Odin Chapel. I know what building you're talking about, but I don't think it has a name. Right, that was my fault then. I was getting the names confused. But that's where we met the individual the first time that I'm thinking of. Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Okay. Did I just step on a cat or something in the game? We've been here, haven't we? There's one more place I want to check, if I can remember where it is. Oh, I think it's here. The Milton Memorial. Yeah, there's no one here. Okay. Let's head to the VTOL then.
Hey, 1K.
Hello. Yeah, Alfred, you can summon him for Blood-Starved Beast if you haven't defeated Amelia yet, and you have to give him the unopened Canehurst summons to advance his quest. Right, so it's a side quest that I haven't advanced then. Okie doke. I'm pretty sure I have the unopened summons you're talking about. Wasn't that in the same area where the Queen of the Canehurst resides? The one with the mask on that she couldn't take off. Don't worry, as long as you have killed Ebrichas, there aren't any permanent consequences for his quest. Interesting, but there would have been if I hadn't killed Ebrichas. Damien, hello.
Welcome back, 1K.
Thank you.
Glad to see you're doing better.
Thank you. How's Byron handling his new position? Annalise, Queen of the Canehurst Vilebloods. Oh! And Alfred was a Vileblood hunter. Ooh. That's interesting. So they're enemies, presumably. Oh wait, hang on. Does a Vileblood hunter mean someone that hunts Vilebloods? Or does it mean someone who is a Vileblood and hunts? It probably means the latter, right? You know, I suppose it'd be... Yeah. Because like a British hunter would be a British person that hunts, not someone that hunts British people. Yep, it means Alfred hunts Vilebloods. Oh, it does mean Alfred hunts Vilebloods. Okay. How's Byron handling his new position?
Surprisingly calmly. He knows what he's doing, and he's gonna get the job done. He did have to kick out a few people, but he was a lot nicer about it than I would have been.
What do you think about the theory of everything?
I think it's only the beginning. Athena hasn't even scratched the surface of what you could do with it. And that's fine, she's just one person. The really interesting stuff is gonna start happening when you give this power to the people. When every citizen can bring their own ingenuity to it.
Yeah, but careful, because you could destroy the planet. Vile Blood is a covenant you can join via Annalise. Yeah, and I nearly did, because I thought, for a while I thought perhaps I had to progress the main story, but fortunately I didn't. Someone that hunts British people, indeed. Are you working for Byron now?
I'm still doing the same job I did before, but Byron's removed some of the layers of bureaucracy, so we communicate more directly now, and we have more choices in how we deal with problems.
What happened to your strike?
Well, it's hard to believe, but we won. Turns out that does happen.
I have to go. That's all.
1K, it's a pleasure to see you back on your feet.
Thank you.
Everyone was quite worried about you.
Oh, that's very touching.
I'm very glad you've decided to side with Byron.
How's the situation in the city? The Covenant just gives you different Covenant runes like Hunter. Oh, what? I'd get new runes. Interesting.
We've finally started fixing stuff again. Byron has given people a sense of purpose and dignity. Not everyone is happy, but if you return with Athena and the theory of everything, I think this is going to be a golden age.
Be right back. Gotta brush my dog's teeth. Okie doke. How are you?
I feel hope, 1K. Real, proper hope. We can transform the world. We can lessen suffering. It's going to happen, thanks to you.
Why are there little pentagons on the screen? Like over his face. There's like a little one on his nose and a big one on his forehead. Why a pentagon of all shapes? How's Patricia?
She's well, thank you. I hope that with the theory of everything, we'll be able to extend her life. She deserves immortality no less than we do.
That's his cat. Oh, and another one on his neck and on his chest. I should get going.
Good luck, my friend.
Let's go, I guess. Depart to the megastructure.
I wish Al could come too, but he believes what he believes. Yakut, please take us up.
Aye, aye, Mr. Mayor, sir.
Don't do that.
Of course, Mr. Mayor, sir. I won't.
I'm switching to sleep mode.
I have only one thing to ask of you, my child.
Yes?
When at last you find yourself before Athena,
yes?
Be gentle to my old friend. The weight of the world was placed on her shoulders, and if she failed to carry it, it was because no one can carry such a burden alone.
So she's the proverbial Atlas. I wonder if they all got a dream like that.
Alright, 1K, you're in charge now. If you want to explore, make sure we didn't miss anything out there, go ahead. When you're ready, let us know, and we'll head into the megastructure.
Right, that's the game telling us this is going to be the point of no return. If you want to do the other puzzles in the game, now's the time. So let's go back to that Golden Gate puzzle, shall we? And see if it's accessible now.
There seem to be more puzzles per cluster than necessary to gain access to the tower.
Solve remaining
What
puzzles
happens if you
optional.
solve all of them?
I know. More hints from the game. Go on, solve the puzzles. So, we're finally going to get to see our first ever Golden Gate puzzle on the inside. Not that I remember the way, but I do remember this time that I can use the signs to help navigate. Welcome back. Wouldn't Alfred be unhappy if I joined a Vile Blood Covenant? Don't take long. Fen loves having his teeth brushed. Oh, that's sweet. Peanut butter toothpaste? Avon? I know you were joking, Pikachu, but I bet that exists now you say it. Someone must have made peanut butter flavoured toothpaste. It doesn't matter if you're a Vile Blood or not, to be honest. As long as you don't attack him, he's cool with it. Interesting. Meat flavoured. You're not joking. Oh, okay. To be clear, I have never heard of brushing a dog's teeth before. I mean, I understand why you would do it. It's also true that dogs would have less of a problem with tooth decay than humans would have, because the main cause of tooth decay in humans is bacteria that break down sugars, and because dogs are carnivores, they don't tend to get so much sugar, so much sugars in their mouth. But at the same time, that does I do comprehend that brushing their teeth regularly would in theory help their oral health. It's just that I've literally never heard of doing that before, so I'm not familiar. Dog toothpaste has flavours dogs like. Dogs love peanut butter. I didn't know that. That's interesting. My last dog died because of a tooth infection, so I try to brush friends' teeth at least once a week. I'm so sorry to hear that. That is very sad, and well, quite the cautionary tale. Poor thing. I'm just trying to find the golden gates again. We've walked up to them before, I've just forgotten where they are. You'd think I'd have some sort of memory for this, but I don't. It maintains the golden gate is up this way. And still it says up this way. But where? It's not here. It is here. I was dismissing it because I could see the purple field. But no, the gates have already opened. We don't witness them opening. We're in. Jumpstart. Now I'm guessing these are going to be the hardest puzzles in the game. What have we got? What have we got? We've got a connector. We have got a blue producer. We have got a pressure plate that goes off somewhere else. We have a red receiver. And we have a green receiver. Green receiver takes us to the it's not quite an exit, is it? The terminal that we need to get to complete the puzzle. There's... what is that? Is that a I think that's an RGB converter. So if I gave it blue and gave it red, it would produce green, which is presumably how I get in there. Okay. What's through here? We have a box. We have a red producer. We have a red receiver that goes to a fan of all things. Huh, I wonder why. We have a red receiver over there. Well, the obvious thing to do, at least to start, would be to move the box out here, have it do the pressure plate, and then I can access this RGB converter. It is an RGB converter, isn't it? Yes. Although I'm still a little unclear on how I'm going to use it in this situation. I guess for now it just acts as a weight, which would allow me to get the box in here. Right, now what can I do? Using the height I've just gained. Ah, I can connect up the red there. Right. Okay, we can do that. Yeah, Shadow hated having his teeth brushed, so he could never get close enough to do it. I started brushing Fenrir's... Oh, his name's Fenrir. Teeth a week after we got him, so he'd be used to the toothbrush. That he loves the whole process as a bonus. Wind puzzle, perhaps? Well, it'll be a component of it. Can you get onto the wall using the wind? Unlikely. I think the first game had puzzles like that, but I think they tend not to do that in this game. They prefer to make the puzzles all about using the tools and less about parkouring. But by using the box to hold up the connector, I was able to get a signal over here, which allowed me in to get the RGB converter. I should have all the tools I need now. The only remaining question is, how do I get green here? Well, I can get red here quite easily. In theory. So in case you're not aware, an RGB converter, it will take two signals and it will produce two signals of a different colour, and it will produce a third colour. So if I give this red and blue, it will produce green. So the question is, how do I get blue to it? To be perfectly honest with you, I don't know. I may have the wrong idea here. Thing is, the red is over here. I can't think of an easier way to get the red, the red to the RGB converter. But then what do I do about the blue? It's a problem. Hang on. Ah, I think I see. I could be wrong. Red there. Red there. Now this will produce green. Now I just bring the... how do I get this down? I knock it down, I guess. Then I bring this down. Oh, I'm being a fool. That's the red. Sorry. That's the receiver, not the producer. Block the red beam? You have 2 RGB converters. I do have 2 RGB converters, but I don't have a green producer. That's the thing. I've got a red producer and a blue producer, and I need to get a green signal here. You're not wrong that I have 2 RGB converters. That's absolutely right. But if I put... the only thing I could do is put a red and a blue signal into one of the converters, which would produce a green, but then passing that green into another RGB converter is going to make sure that I don't get green out. That's why I'm slightly dubious about whether I actually use both RGB converters other than using one as a weight. Can you use one to carry a signal? If you mean just outputting the same signal that goes into it, then no. That's what a connector does. Each tool will have a very specific purpose. Hang on. I think I've just solved it. I just need to put the RGB converter up here instead of the connector. Because the RGB converter, I bet, will be able to see the red and the blue from up here. But then how do I keep it airborne? That's kinda worked. I don't need to, because it can probably see that as well. I don't know for certain. We'll have to try this and see if it works. But then I can use this connector to get the box in the air. Right, are we in luck? No! I don't have any other parts, do I? What I was thinking is I wonder if I could use this RGB converter, get blue to it, and green from there, and then feed the signal into there? So I'm using the other RGB converter to keep the box airborne. In theory that would work, but the problem is this force field's going to come up. I need something else to weigh it down. I don't have something else. Alright, borrowing this for a second. So, blue, green, red. But now I'd need to get this into the air. Which I can't do because the fan part's stuck over here. Can it see everything it needs to from here? It probably can, actually. I bet that's the solution. I suspect this'll do it. Let me disconnect this for a second. Right. Now we launch this into the air, and I think everything should connect up. Right, that's worked. Ah! Oh, I knocked it all down because I ran over the thing. Let me set that up again. That goes there. I ran over the fan, got launched into the air, and my head knocked everything down. Right, so blue signal is coming to this RGB converter from the blue producer. Green is coming from the connector I put in the sky, and it's producing red, which is keeping the fan on. So initially I connected up the red using that connector, but now it's doubly connected because the RGB converter is also producing red and sending it there, which means this connector is now free. Which means we should have it done. Just need to connect that up. Huzzah! We have done it. Our first Golden Gate puzzle.
Hello, 1K.
Cornelius?
I've been watching you for some time. Sorry to be so mysterious, but I was unsure as to your intentions. There are people who would prefer Athena to stay where she is. I believe the puzzle you just solved is part of something hidden deep inside Athena's dream. Hidden even from herself. If you're willing to keep going, I think I know where this leads, and it could change everything for us.
Understood.
I knew Cornelius would turn up sooner or later. If you can help him, 1K, please do.
I mean, I'm probably going to, but you should probably also be slightly more suspicious of this individual that ran away from New Jerusalem the moment it became apparent that he had been here and built this place. We still don't really know what his intentions are. Anyway, I should probably stop there for tonight. Oh, thank you, Avon. I appreciate it. Is anyone streaming who I should be raiding? That is a question. I don't think so. Alrighty. We'll probably just do an old-fashioned signing off then. What was I thinking? So, next stream will be tomorrow. That's going to be more Dark Souls 2. The stream after that is going to be Friday, which should be beginning with some It Takes Two with Pikachu, which I'm very much looking forward to. And then after that we'll be doing some Bloodborne. And then Saturday, that should be more of the Talos Principle 2. So we should be able to hopefully get through quite a few more of the Golden Gate puzzles, and maybe also do some of the monument puzzles. So yeah, that's the plan. If for any reason my streaming schedule should change, then I'll announce it on social media, which currently means X, formerly known as Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, and MetaThreads. Thank you for joining me, everybody. I thank you for everybody that kept me company in chat, and thank you to everybody that that lurked. I appreciate each and every one of you. You're the reason that I do this, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night, everybody. Thank you, Pikachu. Commands, interesting. I didn't know you could do that. Anyway, thank you, Pikachu. I do appreciate your help there. Have a wonderful night, everybody.